Check, check. What's going on? How you doing? So, can't really share my stream on Facebook because I'm not sure, but I think my Facebook account got nuked, which kind of sucks. So, pretty disappointed if that happened. It's my personal Facebook account. I have an account set up for the YouTube channel too, but yeah, I think my account got nuked. So, in case you don't know, my name's Ricky. This is America First, F the rest. Welcome to the channel. What we're gonna do tonight is I haven't seen the Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene interview yet. I heard it was really good, so figured we'll do a watch along. Watch that. Get some updates on the Iran-Israel conflict, U.S. conflict, whatever you want to call it. Seems like this is escalating very quickly. We are already rationing supplies for the Iron Dome. I don't think Donald Trump was ready for a protracted conflict. He thought this was going to be pretty quick, and as we've learned over the last 20 years, nothing with the Middle East is very quick, and nothing with the Middle East ever goes as planned. How we went from no new wars to having 3 F-15s shot down in a single day, I don't know. But this is not what the America First people voted for. This is not what America First is about. This war benefits nobody in our country. It does nothing for the average American. The only thing this will do is possibly activate sleeper cells, raise our prices on gas, energy, food, because everything is shut down. The Strait of Hormuz is shut down. So our gas prices are going up. Food prices are going up. Prices of everything is going up. I don't understand how this war benefits the American people at all. And it's unbelievable to me how quickly Trump did a 180 from no new wars to a protracted campaign against Iran. I don't know what happened. This is not the man that I voted for. And I know a lot of us are feeling the same way. So, alright, I gotta remember how to use StreamYard. So, let me pull up Megyn Kelly. I heard this interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene is pretty good. I heard she went pretty hard.
Just by thinking about it.
So
meet Base 44. A complete.
Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. The war on Iran has begun. Where it ends and what's ahead for the United States remains unclear at this hour. U.S. Central Command, which oversees our military operations in the Middle East, and to guard your card. It's great to see you. Thank you for being here. I sense your aggravation, your frustration as I watched your Twitter feed, and you were in the minority on X, which again, it was just, I mean, X is completely saturated in neocons, the pro-Israel crowd, and people who would love to cheerlead us right into another Middle East ground war that's endless. I was grateful for your contrary perspective, Marjorie. Thank you for being here today, and give us your overall view on why you're against this.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Megyn. And I completely agree with everything you said in your intro. I'd also like to point out that X is saturated in bots as well, and paid social media influencers who just echo whatever their money tells them to say, the money that they're getting paid for. And so I think that just like our media has been nothing but propaganda for as long as you and I can remember, I think social media has turned into the same thing. What I do know is most Americans, and it's being proved in polling that's coming out, most Americans are completely against this war because, like you said, the president has made no case for it. We live our ordinary lives, and
so I gotta pause this a little bit so I don't get so they don't yank it. But I know as a 3-time Trump supporter, I don't know anybody that legitimately supports this campaign going on in Iran. If you do, let me know, because I don't. And I honestly believe that the decision to go into Iran has absolutely handed the midterms to the Democrats on a silver platter. And I mean, if they win the House and the Senate, and the polling numbers show that they are going to sweep, I mean, there's a good chance that Trump gets impeached. So I don't understand why he would do this. I mean, I know why he's doing this. He's doing this because he promises donors a war, and that's what he's giving them. It's pretty sad to see that he turned on his base the way he did.
We don't feel threatened by Iran. We don't walk around thinking that in any moment an Iranian ballistic missile is going to land on our head. We don't. Here's what Americans, and I want to read.
By the way, Iran does not have anything capable of even coming close to the United States. If you're hearing that on Fox News or CBS or whatever news station you're watching, stop watching that news station, because they're lying to you. They're lying to you about all of the coverage, about everything that's going on over there right now. We are not holding up as well as the media is portraying it. We are already rationing missiles that are for the Iron Dome, and missiles to counter incoming missiles. We're already rationing them because we have been giving them to Ukraine. So if we're rationing counter ballistic missiles, that means that we are allowing a number of them to come through and potentially hit our service members. You know what I mean? I don't understand it.
Read off this list. This is what Americans are focused on. 72% of Americans can't afford health insurance. 58% of Americans can't afford car insurance. 67% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 31% of Americans can't afford their back taxes. 50% of Americans are in credit card debt, massive credit card debt. That's where we are in America. And I campaigned with the president. As a matter of fact, I was one of the only Republicans that was out there for Donald Trump when the rest of the neocons, by the way, that are just cheering him on now, had abandoned him and were trying to beat him in a primary and stop him from being president again. I was out there on the front lines for Make America Great Again. And Make America Great Again was supposed to be America first, not Israel first, not any foreign country first, not any foreign people first, but the American people first and our problems. And God bless the Iranian people. I hope to God that they can have a government that is for them and that treats women fairly. But what we have seen happen right now is we have seen over 100 little girls killed at a school from a bomb. And I don't know whose bomb it was, but they're dead today because America and Israel attacked Iran.
So there are reports coming out from the Trump administration that it was an Iranian missile that landed on the school that killed all those kids. That is 100% not true. If you do any kind of independent research for yourself instead of watching the propaganda that's shoved down our throats, you would know that that bomb came from our greatest allies opening barrage against Iran. It was not a self-inflicted wound that Iran caused on itself. But we'll keep going.
So that's not really good for Iranian women. And our president is saying that the Iranian people are all of a sudden going to topple their regime. Well, I don't think the Iranian people are going to be toppling their regime when they're getting blown apart by the United States and Israel in an unprovoked attack. And yes, it was unprovoked. And Pete Hegseth said this morning, Megyn, he said that we didn't start this war. But I hate to argue with the Secretary of the Department of War. America and Israel definitely started this war, and you can't lie that away to the American people. And so, you know how I feel right now? I am irate. I am furious about this. We are nearly $40 trillion in debt. How much is this war going to cost us? We have seen enough of our American troops dead.
Hey, let's put this in perspective, right? The Iranians hit the Palm Hotel in Dubai with a drone that costs around $5,000. The Iron Dome and the Patriot counter missiles can't even target these drones because they fly so slow, let alone shoot them down. So we're shooting $100 million missiles at $5,000 drones. We're missing them. And Iran is causing more damage with those drones than we are with missiles at this point. It's kind of crazy. Every port that can service a U.S. Navy ship has been destroyed all the way to the closest place that we can stop to resupply our ships is India and Italy. Every other port in every other friendly country that houses American troops, Iran has destroyed and put out of commission. The Strait of Hormuz is completely shut down. So we are running out of options logistically already, and this has been going on for 3 days.
And murdered for foreign countries. And now we've had 4 dead and murdered, just like you said, for Israel and for the Iranian people, not for the American people. And I don't want to see any more dead and murdered. Our military is filled with some of the greatest people from our country, and God bless their families who are probably losing their minds right now, terrified that their son or daughter or their husband or wife or brother or sister may come home in a flag draped coffin. And then we have the president who, by the way, Megyn, this really needs to be said. Donald Trump has said repeatedly on camera and in interviews, he doesn't think he's going to heaven. Well, I want to ask a question, a serious question. What is in his mind? What is his mental state? If he doesn't think he's going to heaven and he is a man towards the end, he's in the fourth quarter, he's towards the end of his life. How does that pan out for the rest of us when we have a president of the United States who doesn't think and is convinced he's not going to heaven? What does that mean his decision making is? He already said to the New York Post today that he doesn't care about the polling. He doesn't care about what the American people think, and he may put troops on the ground. He took this is going to be a few-day war, to now it's going to be maybe 4 weeks or more. I want to say, what is happening to the man that I supported, you supported, the man that denounced what happened in Iraq, the man that said no more foreign wars, no more regime change, promise it on the campaign.
You know what happened, right? This is what he promised his donors. This is what he promised the donors. And the polling numbers for the midterms are looking so bad right now that they had to rush the plans. Because as of right now, because of the economy and how he completely botched the ICE raids in Minnesota, and 2 American citizens got killed, whether you agree with what they were doing or not, the optics of it are terrible. And it looks like we're getting killed in the midterms. So they had to rush these plans that we were not logistically ready for, and we're going to pay for it.
J.D. Vance promised it. Tulsi Gabbard promised it. All of them promised it. And we're a year in, and we're in another fucking war, and we've got American troops being killed. I think it's time for America to rip the Band-Aid off, and we need to have a serious conversation about what the fuck is happening to this country and who in the hell are these decisions being made for, and who is making these decisions.
Mm-hmm. The president on the heaven thing has said he was being cheeky about that he actually doesn't have worries. But I understand your greater point. Who is making the decisions? Because the President Trump that was talking to us about going in and, we're going to, the Iranian people, they're going to thank me, I did you a favor. I made you a.
By the way, there's no revolution going on in Iran. The Iranian people are not raising up and taking out the Revolutionary Guard. That was total bullshit. We have made martyrs out of the Ayatollah and every other. I don't know the correct terminology for what they're considered in the Muslim religion, but I mean, the Ayatollah is the equivalent of killing the Catholic Pope. So we have made all of them martyrs. The country is not rising up. Anything you see on the news that there's a revolution, or that's all bullshit. They're lying to you. Watch independent media. Watch some sources that are on the ground there. There's no revolution going on in Iran. That was another lie.
A promise and I lived up to it. He was talking to the Iranian people, not the American people.
Yeah.
I made you a promise and I lived up. What do you mean? They didn't vote for you.
That's right.
They weren't on the campaign trail for you.
Nope.
We're the ones who are putting our best and bravest at risk right now. And he says the Iranian people it's up to them to now sort of take the baton and like install new leadership. They have no guns. They're sheltering in place because we're bombing their country right now. How are they, like, what is the plan for them to, like, then take the...
We have no plan. We have no plan. There is no plan. This is the Greater Israel Project. And we've been completely subverted. Our entire government.
The baton and install a new leader. Like, how are they going to do that with the IRGC still intact and they're still being Iranian leaders? Not everybody was wiped out. And his comments to the press today seem to be, they're going to lay down their arms and join with the Iranian patriots.
No, they're not.
Based on what?
Yeah.
Based on what? So if that doesn't happen willingly, just by, like, the grace of God, okay, we're going to do it, then we are going to have to do it, or Israel's going to have to do it. And the more Israel fights, the more we have to fight, MTG, because that's what got us into this mess to begin with. We saw they were going to head and do it, and we felt like we had no choice because they were going to attack our bases first thing as soon as Israel did it.
That's right. No, you're absolutely right. And I heard an analyst say today that okay, we've killed approximately maybe 40 or more of their top leadership. And the Ayatollah, well, guess what? The cleric ruling class is about 50,000 deep in their government. I mean, are we going to kill all 50,000 of them before they can bring a new government in? And while this is happening, Megyn, we're bombing them. We are bombing them and killing their people and destroying their buildings and wreaking havoc on their entire ability to function in daily life. Do we really think these people are going to be saying, oh, thank you, America. Thank you. God bless you. We're killing them and killing their children.
Iran has been around for over, I think, for 5,000 years. The Persia Empire has been there. We've been around since 1776. Iran's not going anywhere. This little experiment that we have going on over here, on this side of the pond, is what we need to be worried about. Not fighting a war for our greatest ally over there, that the only thing it's going to do is bring violence back here. It's going to bring violence back home.
So I think we're radicalizing a whole new generation of Iranians.
That's what I worry about too.
That don't remember, like me and you. We don't remember. We were kids when the last regime was taken out and this new regime was put in. And I think this whole thing this is not what we voted for, Megyn. It is absolutely America last. It's the same bullshit we've seen for decades now.
Yep.
And I don't think the president is being tongue in cheek. I know that man very well. And he repeatedly says he's not going to heaven, the same way he repeatedly says that he's going, what do you think? Should I run for president again? You know, I think that started out as we could take it as a joke, but I don't think he's joking. And I know you're not willing to go there, but I am. I really want to know, what is his mental state and who is he doing this for? Because it's not for the American people. He's lying. He's gone back on what he promised. No more foreign wars, no more regime change. And I want to know, where the hell is J.D. Vance? Where is he? Where is Tulsi Gabbard? Because if they stand by and are silent, and they're turning back on the same words they...
You know where Tulsi Gabbard is? She's locked in a closet somewhere. Because she's the only person in this administration that I think genuinely is American first at this point, and is not doing the bidding of our greatest ally, and they have completely put a muzzle on her. Completely put a muzzle on her. Not only that, but when her and Joe Kent decided to look into foreign involvement into what happened with Charlie Kirk, it turned into, from the reports that came out of the White House, punches were almost thrown between Kash Patel and Joe Kent because Kash didn't want them looking into the Charlie Kirk investigation because it was his investigation. Wouldn't you want to know if there was foreign involvement? Or maybe you didn't want them digging around because you didn't want them finding some stuff out. You know, all the dots didn't make sense. All the dots didn't connect. Maybe that's why they didn't want Tulsi and Kent digging around.
Said it's all on video. All of them are on video saying it, just like I'm on video saying no more foreign wars, no more regime change. I'm on video on campaign stages and at Trump rallies saying the exact same thing. But where's JD and where's Tulsi? And the president.
Well, I'm sure behind the scenes, at least JD has worked to stop this, but he's lost. I mean, that's
he's got to say
what's obvious now is any detractor. The same way Tucker went in and tried to talk Trump out of this, and he lost and admitted the Mark Levins of the world have won.
Yep.
I mean, Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham, forgive me, spent the entire weekend.
And just for everybody's information, right? Somebody commented Iran started in 1979. Iran did not start in 1979. This regime started in 1979 when we put them in place because Iran, that was a democratic society, was going to nationalize their oil. So we took that leader out of power and we installed the leadership that is there now. In case anybody needed a history lesson on Iran, we're the ones responsible for the Ayatollah being in power. We did that because we did it for the oil.
With a massive hard-on. There's just no, you could see it in the commentary. They were thrilled. They were gleeful. I mean, they were just overly excited at the fact that we were now risking American troops' lives for Israel. And what does Lindsey Graham do to go out there and like quell anybody's concerns that that's what we're doing? You know, he just keeps doubling down and doubling down. And now he's mentioning Cuba. Hold on. Do we have that? Yes. Here he is on FNC Sunday night. This is SOT 16.
Yeah, Cuba
is President Trump finished the job that President Reagan failed to do. I am a big admirer of Ronald Reagan, but I'm here to tell you that Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the gold standard for Republicans, maybe any president, and when it comes to foreign policy. Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well,
Lindsey Graham is the gold standard for closet homosexuals. That's what Lindsey Graham is. He is the gold standard for being a closet homo.
Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered. The Iranian regime, the mothership of international terrorism, is about to collapse. The captain of the ship, the Ayatollah, is stone cold dead.
Cuba's next, they're going to fall. This is after Trump on Friday. We played this bite on our show on Friday, saying maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba, which we don't know what that means. But now they're talking about Cuba. And let me just give you one more, MTG. The former prime minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, was at the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations in Jerusalem on February 17th. And
I'm not going to lie. I would be in favor of action on Cuba. They are too close to our coast. It would be a net benefit for the United States if we were able to sever the ties with them and the BRICS coalition. It's not going to hurt us to bring Cuba into the fold. But we have no reason to be in Iran. Cuba is a couple hundred miles off the coast. Iran is a couple thousand miles on the other side of the world.
And listen to what he said then. SOT 20.
A new Turkish threat is emerging. I want to be very clear. Turkey and Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region.
Gained influence in Syria? Do you know who is in charge of Syria? Al-Qaeda. And we put them there.
And from here, I warn, Turkey is the new Iran. Erdogan is sophisticated, dangerous, and he seeks to encircle Israel. And while some senior Israelis were on Qatar's payroll, Qatar and Turkey are nourishing the Islamic Brotherhood monster that is growing and eventually might become as dangerous as the one created by Iran. Turkey and Qatar are gaining influence not only in Syria, but also in Gaza, through the front door, and everywhere, and trying to create a new choke ring. Turkey is trying to flip Saudi Arabia against us and establish a hostile Sunni axis with nuclear Pakistan.
So where does it end?
I shared that on my social media as well. I think Israel, and I'm talking about the government of Israel, I think these people, they literally are trying to start World War III. It's completely out of control. It will never end. War will continue when Israel is pushing the United States and demanding that we wage war with them. It will continue as long as we're alive. It will never end. And Lindsey Graham, I saw a video of him this morning, and he was choking back tears, swallowing back tears, because he was saying he was so proud of President Trump for declaring war and going to war with Iran. He wasn't choking back tears for the American military members that have been killed and their families who are mourning their deaths right now. He's choking back tears because he's so happy about war. Megyn, I can remember on a campaign stage in Lindsey Graham's home county where he was born and went to.
He's choking back tears because he just got done getting railed. That's why Lindsey Graham's choking back tears. Just like, I mean, my dog's humping my pillow.
Elementary school where he's from. I stood on that stage and spoke before him, and I said, no more foreign wars, no more regime change. And I said, we're going to end the war in Ukraine. The crowd went nuts, thousands of people. Then Lindsey Graham came out right behind me and spoke right after me, and they booed him for 10 minutes on stage. That was a little over, I think it was about a year and a half ago. It was during the campaign. They booed him in his home county for 10 minutes straight. But when you watch a video like that, from the former prime minister of Israel, all I can think about is the military-industrial complex. Those guys are lighting up their cigars, drinking their whiskey, and patting each other on the back because all they can think about is how much money they're going to make off the American taxpayers, making bombs, building new aircraft, building new drones, and building all kinds of military equipment.
It's not just the military-industrial complex. It's the entire banking cartel. It's BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, all of these companies with billions and billions of dollars of assets all over the world. That's what this is about. That's what this is about.
Just to kill people all over the world, while the American people, all they want is to be able to fucking afford a house, afford health insurance, and be able to maybe live the dream like the baby boomers did and live a family that can live on a single family income and not have both parents working themselves to death so their children have to live in daycare and grow up in daycare. And that's the reality that we're in, Megyn. It is America last, and it makes me want to vomit. I don't even know if I ever want to vote again. I am so disgusted. Democrats destroyed this country for 4 years, and now Republicans, and we didn't vote for the Lindsey Grahams and the Mark Levins and fucking Laura Loomer. She needs to go over there to Israel because they need 100,000 reservists, and she's 32 years old, so she should go fight in that war too.
Preach.
That's not MAGA. That is not MAGA. That's not America first. This isn't what we voted.
So, I'm pretty sure at this point there is a distinction between MAGA and America first. Anybody that is MAGA at this point is Israel first and supports what we're doing right now over there. And anybody that is America first is not in favor of the actions going on in Iran, not in favor of our involvement, not in favor of co-signing what our greatest ally has been doing in Gaza. People that are America first are worried about fixing what's going on here at home, getting inflation down, making things affordable. The affordability crisis Trump called the Democrat hoax. I could pull up 30 videos from his campaign where he's talking about the affordability crisis, and he has the balls to get on TV and call it a Democrat hoax.
Voted for, and I can tell you right now, neither party gives us anything. It's back and forth, and it's the uniparty always wins. And this time, it's not even the uniparty for America. It's literally Israel first, and then where is it going to stop?
We had the chance to vote for Ron DeSantis, for Nikki Haley during the presidential primary. I was there. I moderated the debate. We absolutely.
Ron DeSantis is more pro-Israel than Trump, and Nikki Haley is a warmongering hawk, neocon. So neither one of them would have been better than Trump. We probably would have been bombing Iran before this. Charlie Kirk is the reason that this campaign that's going on right now didn't happen back then, because he put a stop to it, because he talked some sense into Trump, told him that you're going to destroy the base, got him to listen to some common sense, and had the war over in 12 days. That is thanks to Charlie Kirk. And you know what? That's the reason that Charlie Kirk is no longer with us. Because if Charlie was here, he would be rallying the base against this entire thing. He had the ear and the minds of the entire youth vote, and everybody would be turning on Israel right now. Funny how Charlie's not here to voice that opinion anymore. But we're supposed to believe that it was Tyler Robinson by himself.
Absolutely had that as an option right in front of us, and the Republican Party resoundingly rejected them. I mean, they completely were against Nikki Haley. They thought she was way too much of a neocon hawk. And you had Trump over there saying no more Middle East wars, where I'm going to keep us out of war. I'm the Dove president. And look at us. Like you point out, a year into it now, this is the second strike on Iran. We did one strike targeted, said we obliterated the nuclear program. I think most Americans were like, okay, it was risky, but we move on.
Yeah, that's right.
Glad it's gone. And now we're back. We're back in there talking about possible ground troops. Yeah. And we don't know for how long, maybe 4 weeks, but maybe longer. And the quagmire doesn't come because the president says, I would like a quagmire. I would like to spend 20 years in Iran. It comes because the retaliatory attacks start escalating. They attack more of our people than we feel. We can't just pull up and say, okay, it's over. Right. Because they've escalated too. And the Iranians are starting to escalate. Like, they get a say as well in how long this goes on.
Absolutely. I think what we're seeing, it's like you said, who's going to stop? I think what we're going to see is complete annihilation for whoever is annihilated. Is it going to be Iran? Likely so. They're just Israel and America. We're going to keep bombing them until they are completely annihilated because
here's the problem. We do not have enough missiles to continue a protracted campaign against Iran. They are already rationing the counter missiles that are used in the Patriot batteries and the Iron Dome. We're already rationing them because we don't have enough. And Iran, in total, it's believed their stockpile of missiles is anywhere between 200 and 400,000, including the supersonic missiles that nothing can shoot them down. The Iron Dome can't shoot them down. Patriot batteries can't shoot them down. They have been lighting up Tel Aviv. We don't have the logistics. We don't have the supplies. We can't build missiles and bombs quick enough to obliterate Iran. All Iran needs to do is survive.
President Trump himself said last week, he said he was, I forget his exact quote, but it was basically, he said, for once and for all, for once and for all. So he's not going to stop, which means when will it stop? I'll say it again. Americans do not care about a foreign country and their war. We are so done with it. And we thought 2024.
We have our own worries.
Yeah. Okay, look, let's take this down to something simple. Social Security is going to be bankrupt in 7 years. You and I have been paying into Social Security all our entire lives. We aren't going to see a Social Security check at this point. We're just not going to see one. The millennials who that generation, they're like dual working parents. They're never going to see a Social Security check and they're paying into it. And our kids, Megyn, you can forget it. They won't even know what a Social Security check is. It'll be like, oh yeah, that was something our grandparents got. They won't even know. Yeah. I mean, it's absurd. But no. We got to go fight this war in Iran. We got to destroy. We got the Ayatollah. A bunch of people are having to Google search. What is an Ayatollah? They don't even know what an Ayatollah is. It's so out of control. It is mind numbing. It is infuriating. And I think I really think both parties need to be burned down. Both parties need to be burned down because Democrats can't pretend like they're against this war. They're all for it too. They funded, got all into the Ukraine war. They've been into the wars for years, and so have the Republicans. We have no representation. I mean,
Joe
Washington.
Biden he was funding Israel, without question for the past 4 years. Is one of the reasons why his party wound up turning on him because the Democrats have become anti-Israel. But no, you're right. Both parties love war. I mean, that is clear. And the military-industrial complex always wins. Yeah, whether the American people do remains to be seen. MTG, thank you.
Thank you, Megyn.
That was fantastic. So, while we're here, let's pull up Redacted and look at what Colonel McGregor had to say. Actually, we'll pull up this one.
See how many of them show up. Iranians have targeted at least 27 bases, including port facilities in the Middle East, ranging from Incirlik Air Base all the way down to Dubai in the Gulf. So the war has been effectively regionalized. and the consequences of these actions cannot really be fully appreciated yet. Everyone knows about the Gulf and what has already happened in the oil markets. Today, the oil markets in Europe opened about 20% higher, simply based on the probability that the oil supply would be disrupted for some period of time. So I think we're headed towards more than $100 a barrel. We'll get there pretty quickly. How high, I don't know, but I think that's going to happen. And if you look at a place like the United Arab Emirates, very inexpensive drones have defeated what appear to be some of the world's most expensive air and missile defenses.
Yep.
And put a number of
drones.
airstrips, airports out of business. You have to understand that in the Gulf, there are all sorts of international conglomerates, especially a lot of Indian conglomerates, that do a huge business through the United Arab Emirates and Dubai. All of this is effectively being shut down. You also have millions of people. There are about 4.6 million Indians who own businesses in the Emirates who are now stranded, and they are a critical component of the economy. In addition to those, there are, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of Europeans, Americans, and others who are stranded. Right now, you've got to cross the mountains down to Moscow.
Just so you know, everything that you're hearing Douglas McGregor talk about right now, you're going to hear the exact opposite on Fox News. Because they are lying about how this war is going. They're lying about American casualties. They're lying about the F-15s that were shot down, supposedly friendly fire. Our own equipment is designed to not target our own equipment. It wasn't friendly fire.
Scott, in order to find an aircraft that'll take you out. I think the damage that's being done to the oil infrastructure is only now really beginning. We have evidence that some oil refineries have been struck, particularly in Saudi Arabia. I think we're going to see more of that. So we're at the beginning of what is ostensibly a long regional war. And we haven't even begun to assess the possibility that others may become involved, because this emergency created by the Gulf War affects India, it affects Northeast Asia, it affects Turkey, it affects Europe. Effectively, the entire world is now focused on this war that is ostensibly between Israel and Iran. Now, the funny thing about this war is that it did not begin with a joint Israeli-American assault. It began with an Israeli attack. And Secretary of State Rubio seems to have told the group of 8, these are senators in the U.S. Senate that are part of the Senate Armed Services Committee, that Israel began the attack. We had not been informed of it. We were not warned that they were going to do this. All we knew was always a possibility. And we decided to simply join in because we were not yet satisfied with our posture at the beginning of this. So we seem to have come late to the party. And now we've begun to feel the full impact of all these missiles. A number of missiles have been fired at ships that have yet to strike them. And we know that 3 F-15 fighters were downed. We're attributing that to friendly fire, although there are some disputes about that in terms of others in the region and the world who seem to think the Iranians did it. In any case, we lost 3 F-15s. We didn't lose the pilots. But we have lost...
Matt, it was 3 planes. F-15s have 2 people, a pilot and a weapons officer. So there were 6 people in those planes. I don't care if it was a female or not. If she's flying an F-15, she's one of the best. And we shouldn't be there to begin with. Thank God they didn't die.
American sailors, soldiers, sailors, airmen, or Marines. We just don't know how many. We've admitted, I think, to 3 or 4, but I suspect there's more than that. So the question is, where are we headed? I think we're headed into a long campaign. And, you know, I'm sure you listened to statements by Secretary Hegseth and President Trump, laced with all this business about the state sponsor of terrorism and how it will have to submit ultimately to Israel and the United States. I think these are very incautious and stupid statements. They don't comport with reality. I mean, frankly, Glenn, if we were interested in combating radical Islam, we would probably be focused on Pakistan.
Yep.
And certainly on Syria right now, which is headed by the remnants of ISIS and Al-Qaeda.
Yep.
Those 2 states don't seem to come up for discussion very much.
Nope.
And Pakistan in particular has been the sort of incubator of radical Islam and Islamist terrorism for a long time. So this is really about Israel's interest in destroying Iran and removing it as an obstacle to Israeli military hegemony or Jewish supremacy, however you want to put it. And we're into it. We're committed to it. And I think ultimately logistics will probably have a big impact because we will eventually run out of missiles. And I think we're on the road already because I just don't think President Trump or his advisors really believed that they would end up in a long war with Iran. And that's where they are right now.
Well, besides from the military targets, as you mentioned, we also seen attacks on ports, oil refineries, shipping, airports, some hotels. There seems to be several civilian targets as well. Did this take you by surprise? And how do you see the cost benefit to Iran here? Because on one hand, they want to inflict as much pain as possible, but I assume they don't want to pull in too many other external actors, because doesn't this risk entering into the war? The Gulf states or even the Europeans suggested that.
I'm gonna pause this for a second, and I'm gonna share this picture right here. This was taken last night at the White House. Somebody was able to snap this photo. How pissed do you think that Donald Trump is? Hegseth has absolutely no idea what he's doing. He would no qualifications at all to be the Secretary of War, right? Because no new foreign wars, but we're going to change the Defense Department to the War Department. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Anyway, back to McGregor.
That they would come in and defend their assets, their bases, and their allies. How do you assess the calculations on the Iranian side?
I think the Iranians know that the Emiratis and the Saudis have played a duplicitous game, that they have tried to play both sides to the middle, as we say. So I don't think the Iranians regret any of that. And I think they want to make the world feel pain because they are feeling acute pain. So that's not surprising in the least. As far as the Europeans are concerned, they've known from the very beginning Iran presents no threat. That was laughable when we insisted on this installation in Romania, this anti-ballistic missile installation, on the grounds that we were protecting our European allies from Iranian missile attack. Nobody believed in that. That's nonsense. As far as the Europeans intervening to do anything, I think the British have sent their F-22s. Whether or not they've done anything, I don't know. Now, I know that their bases on Cyprus have been struck, and I assume probably put out of action. So I don't know what to make of European intervention. I think that's more hot air, but we'll see. They could certainly send some ships, but then again, they would be in harm's way. And it all depends on whether or not the European peoples are going to sign on for this. again, you've got to distinguish Iran and the Shia from the vast majority of Muslims who are Sunni and Arabs and Turks. And I think the Europeans are a little more sophisticated than the Americans. They do not mix them up. They understand Iran is different, and Iran's interests are different. And Iran, as a civilizational state, Persia, is an entirely different animal from the rest of these post-World War I artificial constructs. So, we'll see, but I don't expect much out of the Europeans. I'm more concerned about the Chinese and the Russians. And when I say concerned, I mean I wonder how long they sit on the sidelines and allow this to go on, because this is not in their interests, obviously. They want Iran to survive. Iran is a critical component of BRICS. It's part of the Belt and Road Initiative. The Turks want Iran to survive. I haven't heard any complaints out of the Turks about destroying our air base at Incirlik, because they know that that's our air base, and they have always been reticent to allow us to operate from that base against anyone we wanted in the region. So I think we're seeing the world sort of move in an entirely new direction. I would argue this is the end of Sykes-Picot. I think the maps are going to change. I'll be very surprised if all these family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf survive in their current form. I think the damage that's being done economically is going to stay with us for some period of time. The Indians have already turned to purchase oil again from the Russians, and that makes perfect sense for them. I'm surprised they ever went along with us to begin with. The dollar is losing airspeed and altitude. I mean, economically, this is a catastrophe. Financially, for us, I think it's a disaster. It's going to take more time, but over time, it's going to get worse for us. Remember, we are the ones that have been boasting to the world about how powerful we are and how the entire world needs to shake in fear of the American military power. Well, then people are going to expect us to perform. Iran, on the other hand, hasn't got to do anything other than survive. As long as Iran survives and the longer the war lasts, the weaker we look, the weaker Israel looks, and the stronger Iran looks. And I think Iran is going to survive. I don't see any evidence that it's going to suddenly pick up the phone, call Washington, and beg for mercy. Don't see that happening. So we're in a real trick. I think at the end of the day, we're going to be swept out of the region. Look at what's happening in Iraq right now. The Shia are rising, and the Iraqi government wants us out of the country. It's wanted us out for years. I think we're going to have to get out. I don't think anybody living in the Gulf is going to want us in proximity to any of their harbors or airports or anything else. So I think this is a developing disaster for us. And Israel's Iron Dome isn't working very well, and although we are definitely trying to fire missiles in support of Israel at air and missile defense, the Iranians seem to have moved technologically much further than we anticipated. They are now able to deliver missiles that have decoys that, produce multiple warheads, and then the real dangerous missile that you're trying to penetrate with flies through while we are preoccupied with decoys. So this is not working terribly well for us. But the interesting part is, in the West, the media, as always, is showing us a wonderful picture of American and Israeli military success. It's quite astonishing. I don't think that's the picture the rest of the world is beginning to get.
Yeah, I recently checked the media, and one gets the impression they're already planning for the new government to take over, and how relations will be shifted, and it's quite strange how the narratives deviate so much from reality. But this is then looking to be a long war. So how do you expect the United States and Israel, for that sake, to be exhausted? Because you said you assume they will be exhausted first, and then I guess it's over. But will they run out of interceptive missiles? Have they limited ability to hit Iran?
Now, I want you guys to listen to the discrepancy between the amount of interceptor missiles we have and the amount of missiles that Iran has, because it's like 10 to 1.
Or what is it that you expect to first give in, or is it simply that the Gulf states will demand that the United States put an end to it?
Well, all of the ports that we habitually use to replenish our naval forces and to reload our naval forces with missiles and rockets and so forth, all of those have been destroyed. In other words, we're forced to fall back all the way to India, which is quite a distance from the region. Now, we can fall back to Italy at this point. I think Crete may be just out of reach. I hope so. But the point is that everything that we were accustomed to doing now has to change. War has become a much more arduous task for us. Remember, they've not only shut down the Straits of Hormuz, they've also shut down the Suez Canal for all intents and purposes, because they've shut down the Red Sea. So the commercial picture is grim. The military picture is problematic. And I don't think that we can manufacture missiles at a sufficiently fast rate to keep up with their expenditure. And we have been supplying all the time vast numbers of missiles to Ukraine. And now we're beginning to feel the pain because so much of that is gone. It won't be long, perhaps a few more days, before we begin to more economically expend our missiles. And that means that you can't shoot down most of what's being shot at you. Remember, you're talking about shooting at least 2 or 3 missiles at every incoming missile. And we still can't target successfully and knock down hypersonic missiles. And a lot of these missiles are coming in at Mach 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those speeds are beyond our technological capability to defeat. So I think logistically, yes, we're going to have a huge problem. And we may pause. Now, whether or not the Russians and the Chinese are willing to mediate, or the Indians, I think India would probably be the best choice for mediation. They are, after all, neutral, despite Modi's recent visit to Israel, which I think was ill-considered. But nevertheless, Modi and India have cultural ties to Iran. Sanskrit and Indian civilization are a component part of Persian civilization itself. So I think there's an opportunity for the Indians to bridge the gap between us, the Israelis, and Iran. But we'll have to see. Right now, I think Iran is not dissolving into chaos. Yes, we killed the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, but I don't see any evidence that that has disrupted unity of effort and command and control. So, and the other advantage that the Iranians have, and this is an important one, is that much of their capability is widely dispersed. That makes it very hard for us. And even on the best day, historically, we've had a lot of trouble dealing with anything that's mobile. So, I just don't see in the near term any good news at all. And I hope that we are talking in Washington to others who may be able to help mediate some sort of end to this catastrophe. But I know that over the weekend, we apparently expressed an interest in negotiation. I don't know through what channels, but apparently that came from the Trump White House, and the Iranians said not only no, but hell no.
This is because they're not ready to put an end to this war then. Well, it seems a bit foolish perhaps to put an end to it now, given that, the other side could simply just replenish their missiles and come back again in a few weeks. But what do you think the Iranians would want out of this war before they would let it come to an end?
I don't know what they will say, but I think what they want is to get us out of the region. And I think we are going to oblige, because this this war is something that we've helped to bring on, and we've aligned ourselves with Israel, which is a pariah state in any case. Meaning Israelis are already widely hated and despised for their program of mass murder and expulsion in Gaza. Now this war is only going to make those matters much, much worse. So I think the Turks are now going to feel much more comfortable asking us to leave. And I think, as I pointed out earlier in the Gulf, we will be invited to leave. In other words, I think we're sacrificing our position in the region strategically for the benefit of Israel, but I don't think Israel's going to benefit. And, this sort of thing is going to have widespread repercussions. If you're sitting on the Korean Peninsula, you're already tired of the American military presence. You don't see the need for it because the Chinese are not interested in starting a war, and the Chinese have made it very clear to the Koreans that if they do anything, they will not be helped in any way by China. I think the Koreans are probably saying it's time for the Americans to leave, and then we need to work with China to reunite the peninsula and come to some sort of stable solution on the peninsula. I think the Japanese are watching this and beginning to wonder just how tightly aligned with us they want to be. I guess my point is, do we look strong, powerful, and invincible and vulnerable or not? And unfortunately for us, we need to look invincible and invulnerable. Now, we've opened ourselves up to all sorts of extraordinary problems that we might have otherwise avoided. Military power is one of those things where until you use it, nobody really knows what you've got. Remember, in 1940, everyone was saying, thank God for the French army. The largest army in Europe, the best equipped, more tanks, more this, more everything. That went away pretty quickly. So did the British Army. It didn't last very long.
Nope.
I think we're living in a world today where the old era is ending and a new one is beginning. And there will be new rules for the future. And those are not going to be written in Washington.
Nope.
They're going to be written, I think, largely in Asia and to some extent in Europe and the Middle East. But it's going to be written by indigenous peoples, not us. That's the long-term forecast. How long will this take is anybody's guess. But right now, the Iranians are feeling a lot of pain, but they're inflicting a lot of pain, and there's no incentive for them to stop.
Well, if one would want to kick the United States out of the Middle East, I guess, we can go for three areas. The one would be, of course, the military presence, and the military bases are being pummeled. But the second, of course, is the economic interest. But the third would be what you also alluded to, the U.S. credibility, that is as all-powerful and
we are completely destroying our credibility on the international stage. We are not doing nearly as well as we are supposed to be doing in this conflict. We lost three F-15s in a single day. The Iranians have successfully shut down the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't think we're doing too well over there. And it doesn't look like it's gonna get any easier. I think this is going to continue to be an uphill battle as Iran strikes allies of the United States that have bases. They hit the Palms Hotel in Dubai. Eventually these Arab countries are gonna say, that's enough. You guys are fucking up. You're getting us fucked up. You guys can't launch attacks from here anymore. We don't want your bases in our country anymore. You guys gotta go. We are destroying our relationship with every Middle East ally that we currently have, except for the one that we're fighting for. We are putting ourselves in the same geopolitical position as Philadelphia is, and they are considered a pariah state. And we are the ones that are backing them. And this is only going to fuck us up at home.
Essentially, all countries that wants to have security should align itself with the U.S. How do you see the wider, I guess, geopolitical ramifications of this, of U.S. credibility being shattered in this way? Because this was seemingly what opposite of what Trump wanted. He wanted to build up a very his whole approach, I think, is to show a lot of strength and hope that adversaries stand down. And I thought this was also kind of the assumption that he would mount all this military force. As Witkoff said, Trump was very surprised they hadn't capitulated yet, given that they saw all of this U.S. military might. But what happens now if it becomes evident that it's the United States that has to walk this whole thing back and find something of a dignified exit?
Well, you're talking about an ignominious retreat, which is the last thing in the world that Donald Trump wants. We need to talk about, how do we get there from here? I mean, the problem is that we've already displayed in the first 24 to 36 hours our tactical expertise, our tactical supremacy, if you will. We managed to kill a number of key personalities, not only the supreme leader. Tactics win battles, but ultimately strategy wins wars. We have no strategy. When everybody asks, well, what's the purpose? Well, it sounded like it was regime change. But I think we've discovered at this point that regime change hasn't worked. This is a large country, 93 million people.
We have tried regime change in Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, Syria, Sudan. Who am I missing? Lebanon. And there's one more. Kuwait? No, I don't know if it was Kuwait. There was 7 that we have tried to do regime change in, and we have failed every single time. We were in Afghanistan for 20 years. 20 years. We were in Afghanistan to hand the government back over to Al-Qaeda, which we are funding at the tune of $50 to $98 million a fucking week. We are giving to the Taliban to run Afghanistan. Make it make sense.
Full size of Western Europe. It seems to be holding together. There's no reason to believe that it won't stay together at this stage. And the strategy is what then? If you can't remove the government, what do? Do you continue to lob missiles and rockets at it in the hopes that somebody will say, please, please stop, we'll do whatever you want? Maybe that's the goal. I don't think that's a reasonable goal. I don't think anyone has thought through the criticality of ending the war. How do you end it? And the thing that's funny is that I listened to the Secretary of War say this morning, we didn't start this war, but we're going to end it. Well, I think we did start this war. The Israelis started it, and we jumped on board. All of the things that we continue to cite about the reasons for going to war are specious, but the most depressingly stupid reasons are ones that go back 47 years ago or 40 years ago. The numbers of people that have actually, whose death you can trace back to Iran is in the low hundreds. It's not a large number. And the Iranians did not behave during the Iraq war any differently than we would have behaved if there were a similar war in Mexico. In other words, you do what you can to deter the force that's on the ground in the neighboring country from entering yours. The other thing is that we have, I think, 4,000 missiles left in our inventory, something in that regard. Maybe those are different kinds, cruise and ballistic, I don't know. Iran has about 450,000. So that's That's quite a gap. You know,
Did you guys hear that? 4,000 missiles compared to 450,000 that they have in inventory. Does it sound like we are equipped to handle that? We shoot 3 interceptor missiles for every 1 missile that is a threat to hit a target. And we don't even hit those missiles every time. And the interceptor missiles cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And they can't shoot down $5,000 drones.
The thing is, you can kill a leader, but you can't bomb a civilization into submission. And we've never understood what we were dealing with in Iran. Everybody talks about Iran as some sort of radical Islamic state. Nothing could be further from the truth. Iran is ultimately Persia, and that civilization is much older. And Persian civilization, Persian thinking, Persian philosophy, Persian art and history, all of those things have been asserting their dominance over the last 25 to 30 years. And the people of Iran have largely walked away from this more ideologically rigid form of Islam. It's not, they didn't hate Khomeini and they didn't dance in the streets when he was killed. On the contrary, people saw him as a very, I think, humble and decent human being. He sacrificed his life. He stayed where he knew he would be killed. Killing him has made him a martyr that even people that don't like Islam can honor. So I think we've galvanized the place against us. We've mobilized the people against us. I don't see anything good coming out of this. And this is the problem with us. We project our values, our thinking, our experience onto others. Well, our experience may hold up in connection with European experience, but it doesn't match the experience of people in the Middle East and Asia, or Africa for that matter, or even Latin America. So that's why I think, we're in a different world right now, and we don't even understand it. The world is changing, and the old world is ending, and we're fighting the emergence of the new world. I think we could say that, the future of the world is not being written by us anymore. And what is victory in this war? Well, I think truthfully, victory is stability. And we've done everything we possibly could to destroy stability. Stability in markets, stability in trade, stability in commerce, stability in interstate confidence. We've once again demonstrated conclusively that we're completely unreliable. I've been saying for months that the decision to attack Iraq is made. And it was. It was only a question of when, never if. Yet we continued with the fiction that there were negotiations underway. This has hurt us with Russia. It's hurt us with China. It's destroyed us in the Middle East. We are rapidly following Israel into this corner reserved for pariah states. For instance, the Indians depend on 2.6 million barrels of oil from the Persian Gulf to flow into their ports every day. When that closes, every Indian family is going to effectively be made to pay a war tax that they never voted for. A $10 rise in crude means $15 billion in terms of the burden on the Indian economy. They're not the only ones. But we don't think in those terms. We don't think of what the impact is on others. There's no sense of this sort of thing. And I think we're going to pay a terrible price, Glenn. And it's only just beginning.
Yep.
When Trump came to power a year ago, he seemed to have some of the right ideas. Again, one of my concerns about the United States is it seems that the the strategy of the past 30 years doesn't work anymore. That is, the United States exhausts itself and then incentivizes the other great powers to collectively balance it. So from my perspective, it made sense for the US to pull a bit back, then it can strengthen its position, and the Eurasian powers will, to a greater degree, balance each other. And it looked like Trump was heading in that direction. So pull back from Europe, from the Middle East, focus instead on the Western Hemisphere, and well, it all made sense. Doesn't mean the Venezuelan operation was, stroke of genius or anything, but at least, he looked towards, the homeland, if you will. What happened here? How? I mean, after a year, he hasn't. He's still in Ukraine. Again, that's one of the problems now. I think they gave away a lot of the air defenses and other weapons which could have been used, but also now cementing the U.S. position in the Middle East. Perhaps not cementing it, but spending a lot of resources. How do you explain what seemed to be a strategy? Doesn't seem to be followed.
What strategy?
Well, first of all, there is no strategy. This is the problem.
Exactly.
This new document that was published was supposed to represent new national military strategy. There's no real evidence we followed any of it. Focusing on the Western Hemisphere does not and should not mean invading other people's countries in the Western Hemisphere. This is just ridiculous. And, again, it's sort of similar to what I said before. You're talking about radical Islam and Islamist terrorism, and you attack Iran. It doesn't fit. If you turned around and said, we're going to focus on the danger in Pakistan, the danger in Syria, that would be plausible, but not in Iran. At the same time, you say, we've got a huge drug problem. We have a problem with human and drug trafficking. The locus for that, the main locus for it, is Mexico. That is what is most dangerous to us. But we attack Venezuela.
If we were worried about the drug trade and the drugs in America, why would we be focusing immigration and border enforcement in Minnesota rather than going after the cartels that are pumping California, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Florida, all the states in the South full of meth and heroin, but we're not going after the cartels. All right? We're not doing shit about the cartels. You don't hear about ICE or immigration going after the cartels. You hear about them fucking IDing fucking 16-year-old kids. I don't fucking understand it, man. Everything that this administration has done, the optics on it have looked fucking horrible. They haven't made a single thing that they've done look good. Not one.
When there was no real reason to do so. Venezuela was willing to do business with us. And then we kidnapped the president and his wife. We paid millions of dollars to pay off various people in the country to let us in. And then we talked about this brilliant military operation. Well, I'm sure it was brilliant. It's a police operation, a paramilitary police operation enabled by the U.S. military. It's not a strategy. It's not really an outcome. We don't control Venezuela. Venezuela controls Venezuela. And they can wait us out almost indefinitely. And that's exactly what's happening right now. In the meantime, we've changed nothing on the border with Mexico. Oh, it's better than it was. But we haven't stopped the drugs and the human trafficking from pouring into our country. It's still coming in. It's not coming in as in the same rate as it was, but it's still coming in. And billions of dollars in terms of hard cash are still flowing south into Mexico. So there's an awful lot that's just fiction. And I don't think there is any strategy. because any sober-minded American would have looked at the Middle East and say, this place does not need American military power. If we involve ourselves here, we'll blow it up. Now, that may suit Israel, at least temporarily. I've never believed that that was good for Israel. I don't see any evidence that this thing called Greater Israel that they talk about openly, which involves the acquisition of territory all around Israel to make Israel into this great state with, 6-7 million people in it that are Jews, has any chance of success. And I think what it has done is it has offended, angered, alienated virtually everyone in the region. So that I think before this is over, the question we'll be trying to answer is, does Israel survive all of this? That's the real question. I'm not sure that it will. Iran will survive. It's been with us certainly for 2,700 years. It's like going to war with China. Will China survive? Of course it will survive. It's been around for 5,000 years. So will India. The question is, if you involve yourselves in these stupid wars, is whether or not we, Americans, can survive it. We're relative newcomers to the world. We're not a civilizational state, per se. So all of these things are going to come up for discussion over the weeks ahead. And I think that for the moment, President Trump is just going to order everybody to continue to attack and bomb and target and strike. That's all he can do. He can threaten more sanctions, but I think that's lost its bite to a large extent. I think that's responsible for the hatred and hostility inside of Iran towards us. So I see nothing good coming of this for us. I think Persia, though, will reemerge from this as a much stronger and more influential entity.
You say Israel may not survive. How would it go under, you think? Is it from the U.S. pulling out, or is it economic consequences from this war? People will simply flee, or do you see them being militarily defeated? Or what is the path?
All of the above. I mean, just go back and listen to Mr. Netanyahu explain his so-called 7 fronts. That's not sustainable. Supposedly, the Israelis have now mobilized another 100,000 reservists. It'll be interesting to see how many of them show up for duty. There is talk in Israel about invading Lebanon to go after Hezbollah because you can't do everything from the air. At some point, Israel is going to end up exhausted and tapped out, much like Ukraine. Today, the question is not will Russia survive, it's whether or not Ukraine survives. What will it be? It certainly won't be what it was. So does that mean that Israel survives in some form? Maybe, but it won't be what it was or what it is today. These things depend on a number of things, but you've got to look at the trend lines. The trend lines right now are not favorable.
Well, what do you see now happening, though, over the days and weeks? I mean, what is the possible escalation? I don't see necessarily what the U.S. can do differently, except perhaps, attack, continue what it's doing. But how do you see Iran possibly escalating? And given that, as you said before, the conflicts already very quickly become regionalized, do you see a possibility of it becoming global? Well, under what condition do you think the Chinese or the Russians would join? They might conclude that the Iranians are taking care of things on their own.
Well, if the Israelis decide to use a tactical nuclear weapon or any nuclear weapon with the goal of stopping Iran's relentless missile attacks, I think that will change the situation dramatically. I'm not sure Israel will survive it. The Russians, the Chinese at that point would definitely intervene and make it clear to us that if this is not stopped and continues, that they will actively join the fight against Israel and us. And remember, I don't think the Israelis are going to do something like this immediately. I'm forecasting that at some point, the Israelis say, if Iran will not stop, we will launch a nuclear weapon. That's kind of what I think might happen.
Yep.
Well, we don't have any control over Israel. Israel controls us. That's very clear. So if we can't control Israel and Israel does this, then Russia and China intervene. Well, they would intervene at a point in time where we've exhausted our inventories. So how do we put up a significant fight? Until this point in time, all during the proxy war in Ukraine, behind the scenes and even in public, people raised the issue of we can't go too far. We have to think in terms of our war reserves. But eventually, over time, that caution was thrown to the wind because there was no evidence that Russia was being defeated, that Russia was being destroyed, that the sanctions were doing their work. And so we decided we'll put more and more and more into the Ukraine war. Well, that's failed miserably, and they've exhausted their war reserves in Germany, in France, in Britain, and other countries. We have done the same thing with much of our munitions. So if you've done that, and then all of a sudden the Russians and the Chinese say, that's it, stop, Israel's used a nuclear weapon, we will not tolerate that. And if they don't stop, we may use a nuclear weapon in response. That's always a possibility. What do? I think we have to tell the Israelis, you've got to stop. And if you won't stop, we're leaving. I think we'll get to that point. And that's not an end state that we've planned for. We've planned for the other end state. Iran and its evil leaders who are responsible for terrorism and threatening the whole world will have to submit. No, they don't. And they won't.
Yeah, it's difficult to predict how this will develop. I mean, if you look towards the Ukraine war, how cautious the rhetoric was in the beginning, how cautious the West was in terms of sending weapons, and where we are today when you have a German chancellor bragging about how we have caused untold casualties in Russia. I mean, this is, you didn't see this in the beginning of 2022. So given how fast this war with Iran is escalating, it's definitely possible. Just a last question. Do you see any possibilities or any pathways for Trump to put an end to this war, or is it simply impossible because the Iranians need to, I guess, evict the Americans from the region?
Netanyahu is in charge. So listen carefully to Netanyahu and you will know what Trump is going to do. Let's be frank. He's taking his orders from Netanyahu. He is not a free agent. He has people at home pushing him in particular directions. As a result, I don't see anything changing near term in Washington at all. Everyone will simply say, well, we'll continue to bomb. We'll continue to launch missile strikes, and eventually we'll be successful. We did that for 78 days over Kosovo, and ultimately it was not the air and missile war that persuaded the Serbs to get out of Kosovo. It was Russia's decision to pull the plug on the Serbs and say, no, we can't provide you with fuel and food and medicine over the winter. That happened because Strobe Talbot, the Deputy Secretary of State, went to Moscow and negotiated a deal, as President Trump likes to say. And the deal involved some numbers of promises we made to persuade the Russians to do that. The Russians now, in retrospect, regard that as a moment of deep shame in their history. And indeed, I think they're right. But I don't think they had much choice at that point. Well, they have a choice now. The Chinese have a choice. The rest of the world is no longer as weak as it once was. This is part of the groundswell of new changes in our civilization and world that the American government doesn't want to accept. We are in a fight at this point when it comes to missiles and rockets and conventional capabilities with almost a near peer, as they say. That's something we could never have imagined. And I think President Trump has expressed shock and surprise, just as Mr. Witkoff said, that the Iranians had not already capitulated. Because from their standpoint, based on their experience in the New York real estate business, this kind of damage is so terrible that you cry uncle and walk. You walk away, you submit, you sign the deal. Well, this is not real estate.
We had Iran giving full concessions 24 hours before we struck. And the reason Israel attacked without telling us first was because they knew Iran was giving them all the concessions that they were asking for, which they didn't expect. And because of that, they needed to launch the attack. Do you see how the manipulation works?
This is not New York City. This is a civilizational state that absolutely will not surrender to the demands of the Jewish state in the Middle East that are then backed by American military power. So I don't think we're going to get very far with President Trump at this time. Maybe down the line something will break. The one area that we haven't talked about that everybody needs to watch carefully is our bond market, especially the 10-year bond, and the yield will rise. Look at de-dollarization. Look at our financial weakness. Those things are important. I think we could end up in a very serious financial crisis, certainly worse than what we faced back in 2007 and 8. That is probably the other factor in this multivariate equation that could fundamentally drive us out. But whatever ultimately happens, we're seeing the end of the old Middle East.
Yep.
We're seeing the end of American military hegemony
Yep.
and political dominance.
Yep.
That's what we're watching.
Yep. It's crazy too, you know, like we overextend ourselves so much all over the world because we want to be the world's police force that we have outsourced all manufacturing. Nothing is made here. We don't even make penicillin in our own country. We make nothing here. Anything we do make here is extremely expensive because of inflation. Something that costs a t-shirt that costs 60 cents in China. A white t-shirt, blank white t-shirt, will run you $6 in America for the same thing. We have destroyed our manufacturing and industrial base. We have destroyed our infrastructure, our roads, trains. I think California has spent. Actually, let me find out. I don't want to give wrong information, so we'll pull up the AI for this one. ChatGPT.com. How much has been spent on the high-speed rail system in California did I spell California wrong? California that has not yet been completed. Wait for this. Are you ready for this? The project has spent roughly between $13 and $15 billion on planning and construction to date. Even though the system is still not completed or operational, Most of the work has been in the Central Valley, where roughly 70 to 80 miles of guideways, bridges, overpasses, and related structures have been constructed. However, no section is open for passenger service. Tens of billions of dollars have been spent. When is the full system supposed to be completed? San Francisco through the Central Valley to Los Angeles does not have a guaranteed final completion date, and timelines have shifted several times due to funding, planning, and construction challenges. Phase 1, San Francisco to Anaheim. Initial full system. No firm, fully funded schedule for finishing the entire Phase 1. Many planning documents and observers have suggested that a realistic target in the late 2030s, around 2038. 2038. And they've been working on this since 2008. So 30 years it's going to take them to build a high-speed rail from San Francisco to Anaheim. I don't understand. What has the $15 billion that has been spent on this project, where has that money gone, and for what? It's in lobbyists and politicians' pockets for kickbacks. They can't cut through any of the red tape in California to get this done. And the whole thing's going to be a wash and a money laundering scheme. Absolutely, absolutely insane. So, now that we've done that, let's go to... Actually, I could probably do it here. Find me video clips of Charlie Kirk speaking about regime change in Iran.
Is we must remember that we, the American government, are the reason why Iran is radical. We did this. They had a democratically elected leader that we did not like. I remember, I believe his name was
Mossad.
Yeah, right?
Mossadegh.
Yeah, Mossadegh, thank you. And we didn't like him because he wanted to nationalize the oil. Specifically, the Brits didn't like it.
50s.
Even in Wikipedia, 1953 Iranian coup d'etat aided by intelligence agencies of the UK and United States.
Weird.
So then we put the Shah back in, if my memory serves me correctly, who was sick and unpopular, meaning he was actually suffering. Physically sick.
Yeah.
And we paved the way for the most radical elements of Islam from a country that, Patrick, you know it better than I do, the Persian people are the most entrepreneurial. They're some of the smartest people that have really been living under radical Islamic captivity for many decades. Why am I bringing this up? Sometimes your intervention can make things far, far worse.
Boy, if he wasn't right about that one. Here's another one from Charlie.
What have we learned when it comes to wars, and especially wars in the Middle East? What you draw up on a whiteboard rarely happens. What you think theoretically is going to occur, there might be unintended and unforeseen consequences, especially when you're talking about a country 2.5 times the size of Texas and has 90 million people and was an ancient and great power with well over a dozen ethnic groups. Who's going to run the country exactly, Lindsey Graham? This sounds like Hillary Rodham Clinton in Libya. So I'm pointing to the first extreme right now, the neoconservative extreme, the we must go take off the head of the snake right now. And Donald Trump is doing a phenomenal job of resisting these calls for regime change. Yeah, the Ayatollah is awful, but maybe he's one of the few guys that can keep that country together and not have a 90 million person civil war. I honestly don't think the neoconservative extreme needs to be represented philosophically anymore. It's uninteresting to me. They've done a mess of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, the entire Middle East, Ukraine. We know what the neoconservatives believe.
Despite us being able to clearly hear what Charlie felt about Iran, about the idea of regime change in Iran, his best friends, the amazing McCoy and, of course, wargaming Blake Neff, actually got into his studio and shared this.
He also always did have trust with the president, and he would look for the bright side of things. And he was an American patriot, so he would pray for our success once that began. In private, he would be not happy with the situation, and he would express his thoughts. You would oftentimes see him talk about it on the show. But then as soon as this would happen, he would have trust in the president. He would try to calm people down. And so it's really irritating for me to see so many people on social media have the opposite reaction, to use his voice to actually cause chaos, to actually cause fear of the situation, to actually cause...
How are they using his voice to cause fear? All Charlie was pointing out was, this is not in the interest of the American people. It's going to destroy the entire Republican coalition. And that's exactly what it's done. This is why Charlie needed to be this is why Charlie needed to be moved out of the way. This right here. And what's going on in Iran right now. Because Charlie is the reason that that war was only 12 days. He's the reason. And with him gone, there's nobody to rally the young base on the right side of the aisle against what's going on in Iran. Charlie had the ears, the minds, and the hearts of not just the youth on the right, but the youth that fell in the middle. I mean, even Democrats, everybody except the complete opposite end of the spectrum, like the crazy libtards. Everybody agreed with Charlie on this. The polls are something like 80-20. The American people want nothing to do with this war in Iran. Yet we're still doing it. And there's still MAGA cucks that are championing what we're doing when it is doing absolutely nothing to benefit you, me, the American people, the average American, the cost of goods, the cost of fuel, the cost of energy, the cost of manufacturing. Oil prices jumped, I think, 20% just on the news that we were going to war with Iran? How high do you think the price of a barrel of oil is going to go? Why do you think the price of gold and silver is going through the roof? Because nobody trusts the US dollar anymore. And everybody's de-dollaring. And our currency is completely losing its value because nobody wants to hold on to the US dollar anymore. And the only thing that's going to do is continue to make our economy K-shaped. And if you don't know who Zachary Loft is, I'll pull him up real quick because he talks about the K-shaped economy all the time. How would I find... How would I find him? Alright, so... Hold on. Let's go back to ChatGPT. Where is my recent... Where my recent chats? Search chats. Okay, here we go.
Western forced central planning regime change is if we are just going to take out the Ayatollah. Oh, really? What comes next?
Yep.
What comes after regime change?
Yep.
Might be, oh, well, we need a small number of U.S. troops to support the new regime. We have seen this play before. Regime change, you have no idea how this is going to work out. You have no idea.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Is if we are just going to take out the Ayatollah. Oh, really? What comes next?
Yeah, what about this one?
All right. So, look, there's been a couple of things that have been standing out to me, you know, especially as we are in this war.
This is just lunacy.
Ladybird. Or Ladybug.
This kind of analysis is not helpful. This kind of approach, this kind of argument, it has nothing to do with nuclear weapons at this point. This is now that we want to go all in and take out the regime. It's time for us to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen and start a new chapter in the Middle East. And that sounds good, doesn't it? But what have we learned when it comes to wars, and especially wars in the Middle East? What you draw up on a whiteboard rarely happens. What you think theoretically is going to occur, there might be unintended and unforeseen consequences, especially when you're talking about a country 2.5 times the size of Texas. It has 90 million people and was an ancient and great power with well over a dozen ethnic groups. You have underground Christians. You don't really have many Jews left in Persia, but also you have secular younger Persians. Who's going to run the country exactly, Lindsey Graham? This sounds like Hillary.
And by the way, I just want to point this out here. You know, growing up as a kid, I remember seeing all the articles about Iran and everything else, and how they had I think there was a graffiti picture of the Lady Liberty looking like a skeleton or a monster. And of course, there's propaganda. All governments have propaganda. And Iranian government would call the U.S. the Great Satan. Woogie, boogie, 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 boogie. But what I will have to say is this, you know, the bombings that are happening in Iran, if anything right now, the older generation is probably looking at the younger generation saying, see, we told you they were going to do this. See, we told you that they were going to attack us. We told you they were going to do X, Y, and Z to us. All what we did right now is just systematically add fuel to this. And remember, us controlling Iraq and Afghanistan, how did that turn out? I mean, isn't the Taliban back in Afghanistan? I mean, the answer is, yeah, it is. It is.
Yep.
Look at Iraq.
Need to provide bombs to Israel, provide bombs. If we need to fly planes with Israel, do joint operations. But here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off? It's time to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen. Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance, hope, and
The only
peace.
thing
Okay, that sounds good, but that's pathologically insane. I'm sorry. It is. How do you know it's going to be better? Yeah, the Ayatollah is awful, but maybe he's one of the few guys that can keep that country together and not have a nice.
The only thing that Lindsey Graham needs to close is his mouth and his ass cheeks. From taking it in both sides at the same time.
90 million person civil war.
That is true. We don't know. Remember, there's a reason why the Ayatollah took over and got in control in the first place, okay? There's a reason why the Ayatollah is in control. How did it happen? Oh, well, because they did a revolution and removed the Shah. Well, okay. What did the Shah do? What was the Shah's regime like? What caused the people to support it? Because remember, you know, if the Ayatollah is such a bad guy, you know, eventually people do step up. Like, people can only get pushed around for so long. And I get it. You know, there's totalitarianism, there's religious fundamentalism. I get it. But there's always a breaking point. There's always a break. Nothing lasts forever, and it doesn't. It truly doesn't. But what did the Shah do to cause the Ayatollah to gain popularity and support and take over the government after the Shah? I mean, what did they do? Unless, of course, we look back at the first government, the national government that was in Iran, that wanted to take care of the people, you know, have say over what happens to their oil and resources. You know, that's where Dwight D. Eisenhower got his education and was made into a sucker. Dwight D. Eisenhower, let's get busy.
Lindsey Graham is so consistently out of his mind, it's hard to even comprehend. Iran is hugely diverse. It is a massive country. Do the people agitating for war even know that? Because be clear, regime change is war. Just to understand, regime change is not like changing the head coach at the Chicago Bears. It's not how it works. It's not like a clean transfer. Typically in the Mideast, it's very messy, creates a quagmire, and then there is civil war. Do you understand how large Iran is? It's massive. It's a very big country. It's mountainous. It makes Afghanistan and Iraq look like a cakewalk. Just look at this beast of a country with all the different regions, all the different dialects, if we could put that up on screen. And then you have a major refugee concern of Mohammedans that will come to Europe and endanger more Christians and Jews. And
Let's see, June, July, August, September. That's when Charlie passed away. Now, look, I saw even Do Dissidents comment on this, and a few other people comment on this. Look, I don't know, truly, the full story. Again, you know, we could all speculate, but I do find it suspicious as Charlie. I'm not going to turn him into a saint. I won't. But he was really going up against the conservative narrative. I mean, this guy did play an instrumental role in helping Trump get reelected. Okay, that did happen. That did happen.
I think if we had that other extreme, we would not have invaded Iraq. This other extreme is philosophically important. It's important to consider, and that's the Ron Paul extreme. And I love Ron Paul. Ron Paul is awesome. I would have Ron Paul on the show regularly. He is a hero because Ron Paul had the courage to challenge old sacred cows of the Republican Party. He made people defend the indefensible. But the Ron Paul perspective is strictly isolationist. I actually agree with a lot of this other extreme. A lot. I think it's healthy to have this other extreme more than the neoconservative extreme because this extreme has been underrepresented in the public dialogue and discourse the last 20 years. So you have these two extremes. I honestly don't think the neoconservative extreme needs to be represented philosophically anymore. It's uninteresting to me. They've done a mess of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, the entire Middle East, Ukraine. We know what the neoconservatives believe. I do think hearing out And honestly, I agree with a lot of the more, I think isolationist is used as a pejorative, but let's just say restrained community. Take out the Ayatollah. Resist that temptation. That's not prudence. That's not self-control. That's something else talking. That's a zeal. And the very same zeal got us involved in a pile of garbage.
Now, does it make sense now why Charlie needed to go away? Because the number one thing on our greatest allies list was going after Iran. And when Charlie said 2 days before he died that his donors fit all the typical stereotypes, and he was going to have to walk away from the pro-Israel cause, not only would the youth vote have walked away from the support of Israel, but they would have been in the streets protesting against what we're doing right now in Iran. So they needed Charlie out of the way. Don't know who did it. Don't know if it was us, if it was them, if it was both. But it wasn't that kid Tyler. That's for damn sure. Charlie was killed for standing on his convictions and he was in the den of snakes. It's the best way to describe it. And he's the reason Trump got elected. He's the reason that the youth vote turned out for Trump. He's the reason that Trump won Pennsylvania. Charlie spent months in Pennsylvania going door to door. And there's a good chance that actually, in my mind, there's not a doubt that we were involved in what happened to him, or we are covering up what happened to him, which to me is the same thing. You are complicit. Charlie was an obstacle in geopolitics on the biggest stage of them all. And he was a big obstacle. So they removed him.
In Iraq. It all felt good with shock and awe in March of 2003. We're unstoppable. We're going to take Iraq in a weekend. Turns out, didn't work that way. A lot of people died. A lot of Americans.
Yeah, Dr. Nick, you know what? The more I think about Ross Perot, man, the more I think, man, that man was on point. And of course, listen, you know, the media made him into a joke, especially when he did that debate about the vacuum cleaner noise that he did, talking about what NAFTA was going to do and everything else, what's going to happen to our jobs. People made fun of him. Hey, who's laughing now? Ross Perot was right. Ross Perot was right. And he might have been a millionaire. I'm going to be controversial here. Maybe he was one of the good ones. I don't know. But in comparison to Bill Clinton and, by the way, oh boy, I paused at the wrong time for Charlie. Sorry about that, buddy. Sorry about that. But, you know, in comparison to Bush Sr. and Bill Clinton, both were on the Epstein. I did believe Bush Sr. could be on the Epstein files, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, audience. But either that, anyways. Bush Sr. and Bill Clinton.
That Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But you still think he should be impeached?
I think it's my turn, isn't it? You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you, they lied.
Okay.
They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
And as somebody who did 2 tours in Iraq, trust me on it, there were no WMDs, okay? Hell, I stayed in Saddam Hussein's palace. I lived in his basement. Take that. I was a millennial living in a basement before it was cool. I mean, I was in one of his dining hall areas. There's like missiles going into the sky, but they were painted on there. Maybe those were the WMDs that our intel service is confused for. There you go. Hey, hold on. Wait, who is this? It's Donald Trump again. Time traveling.
Spent $8 trillion in the Middle East, and we're not fixing our roads in this country. How stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals, even our schools, even. It's crazy.
It's crazy, huh?
Yeah.
But America's
J.D. Vance? What's going on here?
His interest is sometimes going to be distinct. Like sometimes we're going to have overlapping interests, and sometimes we're going to have distinct interests. And our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran. Right. It would be huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country.
Yeah.
But America's interest is.
No, hold on. One more time travel.
Here are the steps.
Hey, you're back from yoga.
That Donald Trump has taken to create a war with Iran. First, he tore up the Iran nuclear agreement.
I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal.
Second, he has escalated crippling sanctions against Iran.
The sanctions kicking in at midnight Sunday target Iran's oil exports, banking, and chip, even though UN inspectors say Iran is still complying with the nuclear deal.
The United States will pursue additional sanctions, tougher than ever before.
Third, he designated Iran's military as a terrorist organization.
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has announced that the U.S. is designating the Iranian Revolutionary Guard as a terror group.
Today, the United States is continuing to build its maximum pressure campaign against the Iranian regime. I'm announcing our intent to designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, including its Quds Force, as a foreign terrorist organization.
With this terror designation, the U.S. can sanction pretty much anybody who talks to or deals with or has any business whatsoever with the IRGC.
And fourth, he continues to deploy more and more U.S. troops to the region.
Just moments ago, the Pentagon authorized an additional 1,000 American troops to the Middle East in response to growing concerns over Iran.
The Trump administration announced yesterday that a U.S. aircraft carrier and a bomber task force are being sent to areas closer to Iran.
Yes, there will indeed be hell to pay. Let my message today be very clear. We are watching, and we will come after you.
We've got to stop Donald Trump from starting a war with Iran. I'm asking you to join me in.
And it turned out, boy, oh boy, did you change that tune? She's surfing and doing yoga. Tulsi, didn't you say there were no WNDs and he told you to shut up? Boy, you followed them orders good, huh? Trump was like, shut up. Ah! Okay, that's a terrible impression. That's wrong. That's wrong. Nobody clipped that. Mr. President, this is a spot-on impression of Tulsi. Mr. President, there are no WMDs in Iran.
The American people need to understand that this war with Iran would be far more devastating, far more costly than anything that we ever saw in Iraq. It would take many more lives. It would exacerbate the refugee crisis. And it wouldn't be just contained within Iran. This would turn into a regional war. This is why it's so important that every one of us, every single American, stand up and say, no war with Iran. Let's deal with the situation where.
Yeah. Now let's speak about Iran. Let's actually talk about it, because here's the thing. You know, it is a real fact that the entire situation, everything that Charlie Kirk has said, everything that these fake politicians have said in the past, It turns out, like, again, I think they really are that stupid, and they think they think that we're that stupid that we would forget this and their words. Just because you have a nice little timetable on a computer, charts and graphs, doesn't mean things are going to play out the way you want them to play out. Trump, you just started something that you can't get out of now, and now we're stuck in it. And so let's really address something else here, the real sad truth of it. Professor Jeffrey Sachs has pretty much been on point on the whole thing. Take it away, Professor.
Also, a very strong Zionist hold over these governments. These governments are suborned by Israel. They're blackmailed by Israel. They're bribed by Israel. They have weapon systems and intelligence activities with Israel. They use Pegasus and other spy materials. So there's a military-industrial alliance that is at work here that's also very powerful, in which Israel is actually a protagonist, not just another member of the U.S. hegemonic club. So part of this is pro-Israel, and it's the domestic politics. When Trump gave his State of the Union speech, there was one standing ovation in the Congress, and that's when he talked about how evil Iran was. The U.S. Congress is owned and operated by the Zionist lobby. It's not an exaggeration. That's just a literal fact.
John Kemper, listen, inflation is going to keep on rising. I think Americans are well aware. I just think it's like, just want to put this out here, because there's always a price to everything. Strait of Hormuz being shut down, and I'm going to say this: never underestimate your opponent. All right, if you're the attacker or on the defense, never underestimate them. What they can do, what they can do. There's always that point of where, are you prepared for what they can do to you? Oh, hair's messed up a little bit. You gotta fix that up there. There you go. Are you prepared for how they're going to treat you or come after you? Are you prepared for what they're going to do to you? The retaliation. And see, the thing is, Americans right now are so economically hit up hard. Maybe. But the thing is, we're so trained not to fight. The rising hand. A lot of us, hey, and at the end of the day, we're trained to pay our taxes to the bosses, to the people. Pay our taxes. Yeah, I'm scared too, guys. But what's the next step? I mean, the real truth is, what happened to the anti-war movement? What happened to? Is everyone just going to protest on No King's March and then that's it? Dance away the fascism? Like, that's not.
Go back to YouTube. Let's see what else we got popping off on YouTube. Actually, let's go to X and see what we got. We got popping.
Forget that he's not dead.
What is this?
Jeffrey Epstein had his prostate removed. And how do we know? Because it's in the Epstein files. Here it is. You have high testosterone and still have a need for Viagra because you don't have a prostate, right? Jeffrey Epstein. Correct. So he didn't have a prostate. Here's another one. A patient, Epstein, Jeffrey. This is from LabCorp. This is in the files. It says after radical prostatectomy. So he had a radical prostatectomy. This is from the autopsy of Jeffrey Epstein. His bladder had 5 milliliters of cloudy yellow urine. The prostate is slightly and diffusely enlarged with marked enlargement of the vermilabitanum. The testes are unremarkable. Boy, you don't want to hear that about your testes, do you? Grok, is it possible to grow a replacement prostate? Grok says no. It's currently not possible to grow a full replacement prostate gland for clinical use in humans. While research has made impressive progress in understanding prostate regeneration and creating lab-grown models, no technology exists today to produce a transplantable, fully functional human prostate replacement suitable for implantation. So no, if Jeffrey Epstein autopsy notes the health of his prostate, but it's known that he had previously had it removed, then he either miraculously grew a new one or that wasn't his body. There's really no other conclusions to be had. I agree with you, awakened outlaw. I agree with you. He didn't have a prostate, and the body that went through the autopsy did have a prostate, conclusively proving that that is not Jeffrey Epstein's body that they showed us. Jeffrey Epstein is 100% still alive. I'm going to go with 100%.
Let's see what else we got on X. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whoa.
Game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah,
this
of
guy
course.
is great.
So,
by the way.
you know, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show
He's
folks
phenomenal.
that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win.
How do I adjust the volume? Here we go.
2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. You know, do you stand by it, and what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality. And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plants provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to the global economy, but right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions. We can put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So you're in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was to first get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build, and that's what the American air defense system is basically, and that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones, and it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and inevitability that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire US dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Professor, this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility. And he said, oh, well, we're not going to project to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what it takes. Do you think that America will end up invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone?
Right. So everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We've never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops. And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being pounded right now by the Iranians. So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go, then the petrodollar goes with them. So the Americans need to protect these countries, and these countries are going to demand that either the Americans bribe the Iranians to cease, and this is like $5 trillion in indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. And I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people, Remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and the sacrificing in much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen, F3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However, this is clearly an authorized leak from our own government, trying to at least lay some of the blame on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran because Iran is a theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now, the Saudi economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And all these things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as a nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. But remember, Saudi Arabia says that they wanted peace, but they are helping the Israelis and the Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
So help us understand, because it still feels to me like there's some pieces that don't totally add up. You had, in advance of this war on Iran, you had top military brass up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying, this is a really bad idea. We are not ready for this. All the math on the interceptors that's been talked about for months at this point. And yet Trump still decided to go ahead. What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what already appears to be catastrophic actions?
Right, okay. So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are three possibilities, okay? And I think all three possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave. So the Mindoro kidnapping was quick, successful, and it was adrenaline rush for Trump. And that made him overconfident in the capacity of the American military, okay? So hubris is a factor, and we see this throughout history. Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily, and he thought it was invincible, right? And that led to the destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then you have to look at internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit from this war against Iran, Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis and the Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis invested $2 billion in the private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump. And the Israelis, through Miriam Adelson, have been financing Trump's political career, right? So Miriam Adelson, a few months back, said that she will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a third term. So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and the Israelis. Also remember that if this war goes sideways and Trump is forced to use ground troops, he will probably get approval from Congress, and this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him to influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency war powers and people rally around the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last factor that is very important is the eschatological factor, where If you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense, okay? So I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir, I hope you come back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
My bad. Sorry. See what else we got going on in X. Missiles are currently being moved in the U.S. Something big is coming. The White House just posted new details about Operation Epic Fury. Food details below. Read it, trust me, it's insane. Yeah, it's a big truck full of something. Damn. Eyes everywhere. The White House just released full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. This is not a war. It's a major combat operation. Their words. Here's what the U.S. is going after. Total destruction of Iran's missile forces, production facilities, and naval fleet. Not degrading, destroying. Eliminate the regime's terrorist proxies so they can never destabilize the region or attack U.S. forces with IEDs again. Thousands of Americans have been killed and wounded by these networks. 3. Ensure Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. This comes after Operation Midnight Hammer already took out 3 major nuclear sites. Iran was still enriching and refused to negotiate. Okay, that is a lie, because 24 hours before our greatest ally decided to strike them this time without notifying the United States that they were going to strike, Iran had agreed to almost all the concessions. So that is a lie. Regime elimination. 49 senior Iranian leaders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, were reported to be killed in opening strikes. The White House is also framing this as something presidents have wanted to do for 50 years, but never pulled the trigger on. This is the largest U.S. military operation in the Middle East since Iraq. I'll keep watching this closely and keep you updated because this matters for markets around the world. Yeah. It's not a war, except the Department of War calls it a war. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh my God, man. What are we doing, man? So do you guys think it's a coincidence that the initials of the operation are EF? Operation Epstein Files? They have to be trolling us, right? Like, that they can't be serious with that. That they would name it Epic Fury, so it would have the initials EF. Like, are they that... Like, they truly just don't give a fuck. It's crazy how absolutely blatant they are. That they just don't fucking care. They could care less. Super hot. Oh my God! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my God! Wow! Wow! Oh my God! Yeah, there's no way the Iron Dome's gonna stop that. There's no way that they could stop a missile coming in between Mach 3 and Mach 6. That's insane. Holy shit. Holy shit. What?
I can't believe this.
Wow. Israeli experts are now sounding the alarm. Iranian cluster missiles can split into as many as 80 sub-missiles, hitting multiple targets simultaneously. They are calling it an unprecedented weapon. The bigger question, how did Iran ever get its hands on such technology in a country where scientists are constantly being assassinated? Really? it's hard to ignore the possibility that China and Russia had handed this deadly know-how straight to Tehran. I'm not gonna lie, I've been following the coverage of the war in Ukraine and Russia, and I haven't seen Russia launch anything like that. So, I'm gonna say it's not coming from Russia. And if that's coming from China, then we're in some trouble. We are in some trouble. Holy shit.
Is going. Let my buddy Jess take it from here.
How's the war in Iran going? It's going this well. Yeah, look at that. That's the face you make when you destroy and burn down your entire presidency, listening to bullshit lies from Israeli military intelligence.
Yep.
I'm telling you, oh, if you just kill the Ayatollah, the whole government's going to collapse in on itself in just this weekend, and it'll be the fastest war ever. And guess what didn't fucking happen? Right? And it's going so well, well that Donald Trump has actually offered Iran a ceasefire. And you know what Iran said to him? Fuck you. Gave him the birds and said, you called the music, motherfucker. Now let's dance. For Iran to win this, all they have to do...
Yeah, you know what just happened in Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia just closed down one of their largest oil manufacturers. You know what the fucking price of oil is going to be? Are you excited to pay $5 per gallon of gas? Are you excited to pay $10 per gallon of gas? Are you excited to send your sons and daughters off to die for the Jews over in fucking Israel? Because I'm not. Mine's not going anywhere. I will happily put my fucking boots on right now and go to war with fucking Israel. As in, I will take my guns and go to war against fucking Israel.
It's not looking good, man. It's not looking good. Wow. Is this real? Is that AI? Is that real? Oh man, this is real. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. That's terrible, man. U.S. and Israel bombers are carpet bombing Tehran right now. Massive increase on the level of strikes. I don't understand, like, so they're filming this shit and they're laughing, right? Like, from the balcony, but like, that's only like 4 or 5 blocks over, it looks like. What makes him think that that's not gonna land on them? I don't understand. Oh, can't play that. I'll get a copyright strike. What the fuck is that?
Now we're at this interesting and consequential moment.
This is Tel Aviv. They mock the children of Gaza, not anymore. Wow. Wow. This war is getting out of control. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Against an enemy that wanted to extinguish us, wipe us out from the face of the earth. We were fighting our battle, but we were also fighting the battle of civilization, because our civilization is based on the Judeo-Christian tradition. And if the Maccabees had failed, there'd be no Judaism, there would be no Judeo-Christian civilization. There would be no Maccabees. There would be no United States, there wouldn't be the civilization of freedom, the respect for our common traditions, our common values. All of that would not happen if it weren't for those 5 brave brothers. They actually made the whole difference. So that spirit animates these brave soldiers that are here today and their comrades who are fighting in Gaza or in Lebanon or in Iran, wherever is necessary to not only preserve the Jewish nation and the Jewish state, but preserve civilization.
Bullshit with Iran spiraling out of control at a pace I didn't even think was fucking possible. Trump has already come out and said this might take 4 to 5 weeks, but then you got other generals out there saying that we don't have enough fucking interceptor missiles to last 4 or 5 weeks. On top of that, it's our other allies in the region, right? The UAE came out and they said they can't last another week. Iran is putting so much pressure on all of our allies around there, right? That let us use those bases. And if we can't protect them, then they have no reason to remain our allies. This is the chess Iran is playing. Iran is playing for all the fucking cards on the deck. They said, this is where it fucking ends. So, you know, how Trump asked for a ceasefire and they were like, no, fuck this, dude. We're finishing this right here. And Trump's like, ground troops aren't out of the fucking question. It's like, no, ground troops are totally out of the question because look at a fucking map. There's no way to get in. Afghanistan and Iraq are so unstable, there is no way to put an army there in significant numbers enough to invade Iran. Not to mention, it's ringed with fucking mountains that you can't fucking cross without getting ambushed up a motherfucker. The only other way in is the Straits of Hormuz, and those are the hot gates, the 300. There's no taking that straight. It's not fucking possible.
Yep.
People, for millennia, gigantic armies have ground themselves into dust against completely defensible positions. Some ground cannot be contested, and some battles should never be fought, and this is one of them, and we have no fucking off-ramp now. They went in there. This should be good. It started as Operation Epstein Fury, and now this should be called Operation No Fucking Plan B. Because it's going so fucking poorly. Marco Rubio came out and he said it right out loud. He said, we had to attack Iran because we had intelligence that Israel was going to attack anyway, and then we'd be caught flat-footed and we wouldn't have fucking struck first. They're saying they had to go because Israel was gonna go. Yep. So anybody saying that Israel ain't fucking calling the fucking shots here, it's already wrapped up. Marco Rubio just fucking admitted to it. This is there's no off-ramp here. There's no off-ramp besides fucking now whatever. Iran, the ball is in Iran's court. They are sneaking shit through. Fox News already admitted that we're having troubles hitting their drones because their drones fly so erratically, they're really hard to hit. That's why you're seeing those impacts into buildings in those 7 other countries, and ballistic missiles are now sneaking through because they overwhelm the interceptor missiles, right? They send in a swarm of fucking cheap ass drones, and then while the fucking interceptor missiles are hitting those, they sneak through these fucking ballistic missiles that also don't cost shit, and they've got fucking tens and hundreds of thousands of these missiles. And we are down into the hundreds of interceptor missiles. That's why the 12-day war with them only lasted 12 days, because the Iron Dome, Israel ran out of interceptor missiles. And our interceptor missiles are so complex and so expensive, and they take over a year to build. So you can be like, oh, go build some more. Great, dude. It's gonna take months and months and months and months, even if you fucking put the gas to it, because that requires infrastructure. You don't just go, but I want some bullets now. The shit doesn't work like that. That's why Russia has switched to fucking quick and cheap to fucking produce military equipment and missiles and attack, because then you just swarm attack. The swarm attack, the greatest military, you can have the highest tech, right? This is shown time and time again. Like when you are defending an area, low tech often beats high tech. Like we won World War II with inferior fucking tanks. The Sherman tank was the biggest piece of shit. But we beat everybody else by throwing so many tanks onto the field that you ran out of bullets, and eventually we got you. That's how we won against Germany's fucking Panzer tanks that were Tigers that were just, dude, they would just mop the deck. Like single Panzers were taking out 100+ Shermans in a single battle, but we'd eventually get them, right? I am just fucking blown away. I am blown away by how fucking poorly this is going. Good luck to us all, because we're gonna need it. Not fucking stoked about it. Long live the Republic.
So if you guys don't follow him, that is the artist known as Jess. At L of Sun Jess on Twitter. He's all over Facebook too.
War. And so the Iranians have announced total war. Okay? And so what this means is that right now command and control in Iran is decentralized. Really? There's no one person telling everyone what to do. every region has its own orders, has its own strategy. And so if you knock out Tehran, everyone else keeps on going. So if you take off the head, it doesn't change anything. Okay? But unfortunately, the Israelis and Americans use this as a military doctrine. Military doctrine just means how you design your military for what purpose. And so even though the Americans seem like an invincible army, they are not equipped to fight a 21st century war against drones, against destabilization, against religious fanatics. Okay, they're just not.
Nope.
Right? But unfortunately, because of military doctrine, they're going to keep on attacking Tehran. Now, the great irony of all this is that the Iranians who would be most supportive of regime change, are actually in the cities, because they are educated, they're progressive. The people who are most fundamentally against you, who will fight you to the death, are religious fanatics, the Shia militants, living in the rural areas. Okay? So this is a really silly thing where you are actually destroying those who will most likely support you, and you're leaving alone those who are most likely to commit jihad against you.
Go figure. Go figure. That's fake. That's not what that is.
Understand, it's the water issue in the GCC, in the Middle East, in Iran. All right? So, this is a map of the world. And if you are light blue, Brazil, Canada, you have nothing to worry about because you have a lot of water, a lot of fresh water, very little population. All right? So, 100% just means 100% water stress just means that you drink as much water as the environment produces. Okay? So you want to be below 100% to be sustainable. Ideally, you want to be at 10%. Okay?
Okay.
If it goes above 100%, it means that you are drinking more water, using more water than the environment actually produces.
Okay.
Okay, so you're putting stress on the environment. So 20% is really bad, right? Because you're using twice as much water as the environment produces. Guess what, guys? Look at the Middle East, okay? Egypt, 6,420%. Saudi Arabia, 883%. All right? Bahrain, almost 4,000%. Dubai, 17,000%. All right? So water is a huge issue. Again, it doesn't matter if Iran kills American soldiers, destroys American military. It doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is destroy the desalination plants, and then the GCC is destroyed, okay? But it's also true that Iran has water issues. 72% is pretty bad, okay? So even though the Iranians could destroy the GCC much faster than the Americans could destroy Iran, Iran is still in trouble, okay? So let me give you an example of this. This is like, so this is another map that shows you the issue of water scarcity, okay? And it's just basically the Middle East, okay? Their biggest issue in the future is water, okay? And that's where the geopolitical tensions will arise in the future over water. India is also affected as well, okay? All right. All right. So let's look at the map, guys. This is called Lake Urmia in northern Iran. It's the 6th largest saltwater lake in the world, or it used to be. Okay, this is what it was in 1984. This is the shallow, this is the deep, okay? You guys see that? It's really big, right? 20 years later, guys, this is what it looks like.
Wow. Look at that.
There's no more water here. You can walk from here over to there, okay? There's some water over here, but it's shallow now. That's how serious the water issue is in Iran. And that's the weak point that the Americans and the Israelis will attack. All right? They want to make sure that Iran has no access to fresh water, which will cause devastation in their nation. Okay, that's strategy number one. Strategy number two is this. This is a map of the different ethnic minorities in Iran. As you can see, it's a very diverse place. In the center are the Persians, but you also have 10 other groups as well. And in the borderlands, it's basically a different country, right? Like, these are basically different countries. And so these places have more common areas with their neighbors than they do with Iran. Okay, so the second weakness of Iran. The first is the water. The second is the ethnic makeup of the country. So the strategy of the Americans and the Israelis moving forward is to destroy Iran as a coherent nation state, divided into ethnic enclaves, and have them fight over water. That is the grand plan of the Israelis and the Americans, okay?
Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. 4D God's Eye of the Iran strikes using public. Now, when I turned on the orbital layer in worldview, something jumped out. You can see satellite passes stack up over the strike zone in the hours before and after impact. Everyone was watching. Some of them were overhead before it started. American KH-11s, Topaz, SAR, Russian bars, and Persona, Chinese, and SARS. That's textbook behavior. You collect right before targeting, you strike, then you collect again for battle damage assessment. Just wild to see it all replayed in 3D like this. The commercial constellation density is also so striking. What used to be exclusive nation-state capability is now mirrored by half a dozen commercial operators, and the intelligence monopoly is over. Wow. Breaking. The UN's nuclear watchdog chief, Rafael Grossi, says inspectors have not found evidence of coordinated Iranian program built to build nuclear weapons despite Israeli and U.S. claims. What else is new? Breaking. The United States has confirmed B-52 Stratoforces bombers are now striking Iran. Understand what this means by understanding the sequence. On February 28th, the U.S. sent B-2 Spirits. The B-2 is a stealth bomber. It costs $2.1 billion per aircraft. The U.S. has 20 of them. You send B-2s when the enemy's air defenses are intact and you need to penetrate undetected. 4 B-2s dropped 160,000 pounds of bunker-busting ordnance on hardened underground facilities in the opening wave. On March 2nd, the U.S. sent B-1 Lancers. The B-1 is a supersonic bomber faster than the B-2, but not stealth. You send B-1s when air defenses have been degraded enough that speed, not invisibility, is sufficient to survive. The B-1s conducted the deepest raids into Iran since 2003. On March 3rd, the U.S. sent B-52s. The B-52 is a 70-year-old subsonic aircraft. It is not stealth. It is not fast. It has a radar cross-section the size of a barn. It flies at 650 miles per hour and at 50,000 feet and is visible to every radar system on Earth. When you send B-52s, there is nothing left to shoot them down. That is the sequence. B-2 when defenses are lethal, B-1 when defenses are degraded, B-52 when defenses are gone. The U.S. Air Force just told you, through aircraft selection alone, that Iran's integrated air defense network no longer exists as a functional system. The B-52 carries 70,000 pounds of ordnance per sortie. It can launch cruise missiles from standoff range without entering defended airspace at all. The U.S. has 76 of them versus 20 B-2s. Deploying B-52 quadruples the available bomber strike capacity, and each aircraft can deliver more payload per sortie than any other platform in the inventory. 1,700 targets struck, 300 new sites added in the latest wave. $779 million in ordnance expended on the first day alone. 6 American service members killed, 11 aircraft lost? 11? The campaign is intensifying, not tapering. Here is where this connects to every other post I've written today. The B-52 deployment proves the conventional campaign is succeeding. Iran's air defenses are neutralized. Its underground facilities are being collapsed. Its missile production is being destroyed. Its leadership is being eliminated. And the Strait of Hormuz is still closed because the B-52s cannot sink a mine. It cannot intercept a Shahed drone launched from a fishing boat. It cannot neutralize anti-ship missile on a mobile coastal launcher. It cannot stop proxy in Yemen from firing at a tanker in the Red Sea. The asymmetric threat that closes shipping lanes operates beneath the altitude where strategic bombers are relevant. The U.S. is winning the war it chose to fight. It is not winning the war the insurance market cares about. The B-52 is the most powerful expression of that gap. 70,000 pounds of ordnance per sortie, and the Lloyds of London still will not write a policy for a tanker transmitting Hormuz. That's the thesis in one sentence. I don't know if I buy it. Oh, somebody else. 2 Israeli Air Force F-16 Barak fighter jets accompanied 2 U.S. B-52 bombers through Israel skies today as part of the close cooperation with the U.S. Armed Forces, which is a significant component in maintaining the aerial security of the State of Israel in the Middle East. Yeah, we watched that video. I don't want to see it again. Huge airstrikes on Israel have begun. 600 missiles were What the fuck? That is unbelievable. Wow. Iranian missile falls in the port of Haifa. Just look how the Israel air defense system failed to intercept. What type of missile is this? Oh my God, man. That's crazy. Tel Aviv just took a major hit. Another week of this, and that's all that will be left of Tel Aviv is the bunkers. Oh my God.
Why?
Wow. Wow. Those supersonic missiles are nothing like I've ever seen. Holy shit, man.
לתפיסה יש לי חבל לך על הזמן. עשת את זה? בטח, מטורף.
Wow. According to the American military experts, Iranian hypersonic missiles travel 9,000 to 11,000 miles per hour and cannot be intercepted. The only way to stop them is to bomb the launch sites, but Iranians launch them from mobile trucks. A very difficult war, this one. Wow.
Without a paddle, and he's soon to be without interceptor missiles. The U.S. stockpiles described as dangerously low, meaning they have days left, maybe weeks. Once that's up, then it's a full fucking shit show, and Iran can slap us around at will because they have thousands of ballistic missiles left, all kinds of drones, and they haven't even broke out any of their thousands of little speedboats that they put out into the Gulf with drones on those that they have described as very dangerous because they could start attacking oil tankers. Straits of Hormuz, that's closed. Oil's going up, $85 a barrel, set to fucking go even higher. The U.S. consulate in Israel, they have said they can no longer provide assistance to any U.S. citizens. Of the 160,000 U.S. citizens that are still in Israel, the U.S. consulate can provide no services and provide no safety because the Iron Dome's only having an 80% success rate. So they're launching about 45 missiles in to Israel, and their 9 are getting through. They're already getting through because they've figured out the math of how to exploit the Iron Dome system. Israel's blowing smoke up everybody's ass, saying that they've knocked Iran down to 12 missile launching sites, but that's not even possible because there's more than that in missiles coming in. These motherfuckers have kicked a hornet's nest that they had no idea how to deal with. They thought this fucker was going to be over in 48 hours, and we're going to get drug into this. Piece by piece, Trump has signed an executive order that says he's authorized for full war. Like this isn't already full war if the Straits of Hormuz are closed. And it's like, motherfucker, it's already closed. Marco Rubio comes out and says, we had to do this because Israel fucking was going to force our hand. And some reporter asked Trump, and Trump's like, no, they didn't force my hand. I'm in control here, dude. Trump ain't in control of shit. He ain't in control of shit. He's getting led around the nose by Israel. Israel is now led a ground invasion into Lebanon. Lindsey Graham's out there saying that we need to join Israel in the ground invasion in Lebanon. These warmongering motherfuckers, if you are for the war, you are literally with Chuck Schumer and Lindsey Graham. All you motherfuckers that are MAGA that are like, I'm against everything the liberals are for. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? The Democrats are all in for this war in fucking Iran because it's the uniparty, right? Everybody who was against Donald Trump, they're now all for him. Trump is no longer the outsider. Trump is the swamp. Trump has violated the Constitution by initiating a war without Congress's approval. Mike Johnson's shitting his pants right now because Massey's going to push up this war fucking powers resolution, and they're gonna have to fucking vote on it. They don't know if they got the votes because the people that are up for re-election are pissing their pants because there is still just a minimal, it's the mouth breathers and the boomers and the Fox News Kool-Aid drinkers are the only ones left supporting this bullshit war with Iran. Because you can support the military and all those guys and not support the war. Motherfuckers, some are so fucking stupid that they're like, oh, you have to support the war to fucking support the military. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. So this is spiraling out of control faster than anybody can get a handle on it. And you guys should know a little history that Iran and Iraq actually had a war with each other. Iraq threw 1 million soldiers to try to cross the border into Iran. They lost them all. They never fucking got in there. They sent 1 million soldiers in, lost them all, trying to invade Iran. We're all pushed back. Iraq suffered 2 million casualties in total, and that took 9 years. 9 years, and they never got shit out of Iran. Iran is not a bunch of fucking goat herders with AK-47s. This is a 1 million-man army with modern technology. Motherfuckers, just because you're the biggest army, it don't matter if you got shit for strategy. And the U.S. has no strategy other than just getting led around by the dick by Israel. That's what's going on here. And until you motherfuckers wake up and admit that shit, Trump is literally now a foreign agent. If there wasn't a uniparty and the Democrats were serious, they could literally impeach Trump right now for being a foreign agent because he is being led around by Israel, which is a foreign country. All right? Like, this is so fucking retarded. This is so fucking retarded. This is the most retarded shit. It's worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. Trump has betrayed America. He's betrayed all of his supporters. He's betrayed everybody who voted for him when he was like promising us no new wars. This is a giant sack of horse shit that I will not be swallowing. So good luck to you all, because we're gonna fucking need it. Long live the Republic.
This is not going well. This is not going well. Video shared on Chinese social media claims construction workers from Henan, China were on steel girders at a building site when it was struck by an Iranian missile. Turn the volume down on this. Oh my god, man. These hypersonic missiles are like nothing I've ever seen. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. I'll tell you what, man. Those hypersonic missiles, like, I don't think there's any way to stop them. I don't think there's any way to stop them. Wow. 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 Alright, I don't care about the B-52s. I'm tired of seeing them. Yeah, that looks like an underground storage facility. I would say that's exactly what that probably is. Huh. Passenger plane taking off from Beirut at the exact same moment Israeli missiles were striking the city. Do we see anything? That wasn't that crazy. How is it that Iran has these missiles and we don't? That's my question. I don't understand how we don't have those. Oh my god.
כל המפרץ פיצוץ אחד גדול! תסגרי את החלון מהר! אתם רואים את העשן שם מעל נמל חיפה? מה זה הישן שם בנמל תל אביב? וואי וואי. מה קרה? כל הנמל התפוצץ! תסגרי את החלון, אני לא מאמין!
Please, stop this. We've already lost. You won. Please, just stop. Leave me alone. Israel.
Alright, the audio dubbing over it is absolutely absurd.
זה כיפות ברזל לעבר שברים.
וואי.
Wow.
Buranı niye vurdu? Evi vurdu.
Wow. Grok says it's not AI. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is insane. That is insane. My God. I can't believe that. Let's go back to X. Let's see what else is going on. Back home.
Forehead. This is our second tattoo, right here. So it says Deus Vult. So he's a Christian crusader. Here's the cross, and when he holds it up, it's an Antichrist symbol. It's upside down. And I pointed out the Antichrist symbol right here. Right here, it says Kafir. This is what the Antichrist will have written on his forehead. Three letters right here. The Antichrist is a one-eyed demon with Kafir on his forehead. This is our Secretary of War. This is Pete Hegseth with Benjamin Netanyahu, the war criminal, the one who's in charge of our country. Apparently, the leader of our country, if we are now going to war to protect his interests, not ours. This is what's in control of our country. Literal satanic demons. Look, it's right here. It's in front of your face. This is a tattoo. Right here.
Wow. Wow.
going around about the song Ring My Bell. Just hear me out. This is crazy. Okay, story time. So there is a woman that works in quantum physics. She studied frequency specifically. So she went through music because she thought maybe she could find something interesting with frequencies in music. And that's when she lands on Anita Ward's Ring My Bell. People, she basically said the song is the law of attraction. Because of the frequency it plays, it attracts everything that you want. I had to see it to believe it. Just literally after this video, look this song up and listen to the entire song from beginning to end. You will almost feel a vibration go through your body. A lot of people are saying that when they listen to the song over and over, that
I can't listen to it on YouTube. Clearest video I've gotten between I don't care about that. What is this? This looks interesting.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. لو الناس سمعاني يا ريت حد يكتب بس في الشات عشان نبدأ إن شاء الله. الصوت واضح يا شباب؟ نبدأ. طيب خلينا نبدأ ويا ريت حد بس يكتب لنا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم.
I have no idea what he's saying.
We just can't call it that. Jekyll Island, November 1910. 7 bankers meeting in secret to create America's central bank. We just can't call it that.
The 1907 panic nearly destroyed us. Banks failed, fortunes vanished.
We want to control America's money supply, create booms, trigger
يا الله كيف لو عدنا بركزي راح تصرين انا شرفت.
فكر مطار على النباتية، مطار على المطار، راح مطار الصرية، راح مطار الجيش. يا الله يجزيك كيف العدة بركة زين. راحت الصرية انا شركت. فكر مطار على النباتية، مطار على المطار، راح مطار الصرية، راح مطار الجيش. يا الله يجزيك كيف العدة بركة زين. راحت الصرية انا شركت. فكر
This is a crazy compilation right here of just supersonic missile after supersonic missile blowing Tel Aviv to hell. Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Vamos, corre.
We can't do anything against this. Nothing. Wow. Look at this.
Солнце нам улыбается. Да, оно там... Добрый день, друзья. Хороший день. Хороший, улыбчивый день. Солнце нам улыбается. Да, оно там где-то над облаками.
Holy shit.
Oh, fuck yeah, it's a guest. Whoa! Oh,
Oh my god.
no fucking way! Oh shit! Oh shit! No, baby! No!
Are we dangerous here?
Yeah, we're dangerous. Oh my god! Oh dear!
Are you filming?
Yes, I'm filming!
Wow! Wow!
Iran launched its first ICBM, Tel Aviv. Is this real? Grok, is this AI? No, that's not AI. It's still from the video in thread showing a multi-missile launch. Wow. Hey man, we thought we were gonna go over there and have a field day, and it really looks like Iran has so much more firepower than Israel does and we do combined. Those supersonic missiles are like nothing that I've ever seen. Absolutely insane. We have nothing that can do anything even remotely close to that. Like, we might as well just drop nukes on them, because this is unreal.
الطيارة يا جماعة جو اليوم ما شاء الله شنو هذا؟
super, super scary, man. Super scary.
لا 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 لا